Hi, welcome on our stream, and today I do have the leather strap, so I intend to make Edwardian spats with this pattern from the previous stream. And of course, before that, I will do some writing practice, or I'm not actually sure if I can call this writing practice because I'm not writing anything yet. I guess using pen practice. And yeah, last time I said that I don't think I'm ready yet for this part because this is actually writing something, and I didn't do anything to get ready. I didn't practice at home, but I think I will do this. So yeah, first in here. So lesson 6. Yeah, this skill in oval should be developed gradually, day to day. Each practice period should begin with a review of position, careful study of the arm, fingers and pen holding, and practice of proceeding movements without touching pen to the paper, while going through the preliminary drills. Eyes should travel up and down the arm from the fingertips to the elbow. Okay. And the pupils should be sure that the writing machine has been carefully adjusted. Arm is perfectly relaxed and the wrist doesn't touch the desk. Okay, preparatory motion. Read the following carefully until thoroughly understood. It is of special value for beginners. Before making the oval drill or attempting any part of it, move the pen in the air rapidly over the path of the first oval several times. While doing this, watch closely the movement of the muscles of arm. While the pen is moving rapidly and without checking its motion, let it strike the paper. The force thus gathered will compel light, quick action, will break up finger motion, give smooth lines, and aid form building. Form building, the compact oval is the repeated form of large capital O. Okay, more twice the size used to... Wait, what? Keep this constantly in mind and learn at once to criticize it with special reference to the slant, width and general formation of capital O. A little more than twice the size used in writing. Mind the muscle work, harmony, secure best results. If the oval is too wide, it's because it's too nearly circular motion, and you should use more of the forward and backward motion of the straight line exercise. Remember the connection between mind, muscle and motion. When the oval is too narrow, repeat yourself wider, rounder, 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 until wide enough. On the other hand, if the oval slant is too much, it is because the downward strokes are made towards the left shoulder instead of center of the body. Always providing that instructions relaxing position has been strictly followed. Make ovals fairly well. They are ready to begin to apply muscular movement to the words and sentences. When they make ovals fairly well, and I'm not really doing them fairly well, so maybe I should stick with drill 5 after all, and maybe also a bit from drill 1. This will be page number 7. Yeah, 7. This will probably be useful. Okay, should still be enough. Okay, starting with ovals. I'm still not going line to line, and I want to check the pen holding again. So yeah, this finger should be on top. The first finger should be on top. Down on the side, and the rest slightly curled. It kind of feels like today is going much better than last time. I wanted to say yesterday, but yesterday I wasn't streaming. Then the last time, I think it's partially because of the shirt, because the last time I was wearing store-bought shirt, and it's quite uncomfortable. Hello, Eastside. Today I do have the leather strap, so I will be able to make, or at least to start to make the spats. I should be able to make most of them today, but considering the fact that each one of them should have 5 buttons, that's quite a few buttonholes, so I don't think I will make all those buttonholes today. But other than the buttonholes, they should be ready. It's not a very complicated project. I need to start looking for the materials for the next projects. Wood for the woodworking and some fabrics for sewing. I need to figure out how I exactly want to do the dressing gown. What fabrics to use, what details. all vinyl dressing gown. How would that even work? It will be sticky. I don't want a sticky piece of garment. Okay, now I think I will do this again. I'm just messing, nobody wants that. Yeah, I know. And also thank you for the donation. And I'm out of ink. What happened now? Oh. The entire thing was spinning. Yeah. Okay, into the bottle. And that didn't do anything. I hate when the level of ink in the bottle is getting low. So hard to refill the pen. I'm not even entirely sure which part is supposed to be submerged. Like just the entire section beneath the nib. Like this slit kind of looks like it would be important, but like the ink is not flowing out of here when I'm writing, so maybe that's just kind of coincidental. Okay, let's continue with that. Okay, and back to ovals again. Back to entire line of ovals. Now I realize that I forgot to turn on the additional light, and last time I forgot to turn off the additional light. So it was since Tuesday it was just on all the time. I'm not running out again, right? No, doesn't look like it. Couple more lines. The slant is not uniform. Like this line is slanting a lot more than the last one. And it shouldn't stay like that, because in writing it will be visible. And that's it. So I'm done with writing practice for today. Let's move on to the next item on the list, and also here. What happened? I think I disconnected the cable. Now? Okay, now it works. And let's now do this. And also filter, record through. Okay, so this can go in here, this in here. Let's add some light, some more light. And yeah, now I want to cut out this out of this. And then I also want to use some other fabrics. And definitely cotton for the lining, and probably also canvas for some added stiffness. Okay, so for the lining, looks like I'm gonna use this, just because I already have it in here. And maybe the canvas. Okay, so the framing. Will this be good? Now, where is the end? The actual end. No, this won't be enough. I will probably cut this off. I don't think this would be useful for anything. and I moved it. Been playing a bit for World of Warships. Good game. I don't know that much about like pretty much any games. Not much of a gamer. Minecraft has been the third party of raiding with party of 32. That's more viewers than I ever had. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, I'm making Edwardian spats. Actually, in here, according to this book. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Where here? Here I'm making spats like that, and spats, if you don't know, are like covers, kind of, are something you put over your shoes. So this is more for like winter time, fall time, when you don't really want to wear boots. Maybe you don't have boots. You just want to wear your shoes, but you want to cover your ankles for temperature purposes, isolation, and maybe to like prevent snow from going into your shoes and stuff like that. Then you can wear spats like that. And yeah, I already started making them. Where is that? Actually, no, I don't have the mockup right here. But yeah, last stream I already made the mockup, and I couldn't start making the actual thing because this is supposed to have the leather strap on the bottom, and I didn't have any leather straps, so I bought this, and luckily it arrived today. So yeah, hopefully I will make at least most of it myself. What am I saying? I was thinking about something else. I was like partially reading the chat. I will make most of it today. I meant today. I probably won't do everything today because this is supposed to have 5 buttons, and for two spats that's 10 buttonholes, and buttonholes take quite a bit of time to do. So I will probably do this over 2 streams, but overall it's pretty quick project. Greetings, bunch of emails. Those comments, those are common here. We call them grammatier. How did the cabinet turn out? Cabinet? The cabinet? What cabinet? Was I making some cabinet? Maybe I was, but I don't remember. Like here, are you talking about cabinet doors? that I was doing quite a while back. I was restoring quite a while back. If you are talking about that, then yeah, it's good. It turned out like practically all of the other doors. Like those doors are not perfect because they were made out of like some wood, some probably firewood, like worst quality wood, but they are much better than they were before, than they looked before, and probably better than they ever looked, because like from the start they weren't looking very good. Do I have some pictures? I think I was posting pictures on my social media, but I don't remember if the doors are visible. And now it's gone because I'm automatically removing everything out after 30 days. So yeah, I don't really have any pictures. Maybe I could make pictures today when I will come back home. And yeah, regarding the spats again, there is also another thing similar called gaiters, like right here. These are gaiters, and they are very similar, but the difference with them is that the gaiters go over trousers and spats go under trousers. Both of them go over shoes, but you wear your trousers over spats and under and inside the gaiters. And I think I would actually like to make gaiters sometime in the future, not for the like thermal purposes, but for working, for like some dirtier kind of work, to not have to worry about my trousers getting dirty and just going in a way and stuff like that. So yeah, that will be one part, and then the other. Somewhere in here. And I think I would also like to make some couple of different types of trousers. Not just my regular kind of formal trousers. Okay, now a straight line in here. This will be opening. This is the back side, so this will have the buttonholes. And I also want to add 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance. This should be 1/4. Okay, something like this. Actually no, the corners don't have to be rounded in here. The edge should be over. So yeah, this part will be the back part of the side with the opening. So this part will have buttons. And this is a bit close to the edge. Maybe too close? It's good enough. I want to make a bit of an inlay in here, so a bit of just additional fabric, because I'm not sure if this won't be too tight. This was a bit tight when I was making the mock-up, but I was making the mock-up obviously out of different fabric, so everything can change. It could feel different with different fabric, with, I think, quite a bit thinner fabric. So this is the back part, and now the front part. Can I make it in here? No, not really. Okay, so on the top, yeah, this is just one layer. This looks good. There is already this curve in here. Perfect fit for that. And I don't know where is the position of those lines of this opening. Yeah, looks like this is not gonna be a very long project. This is one of those rare occasions when pattern works out pretty much on the first try. I guess it is kind of understandable because this is such a small piece of garment, and also it doesn't go over any kind of irregularities in my body. Like my weird shoulders. Okay, this should be good. Now let's cut this out. Good day, how's life? Life is fairly good. Although it is winter, so practically the entire winter I just wish I could hibernate like bears. It's so cold, and I don't have very good heating in here. So yesterday, according to the schedule, I should be streaming, but I wasn't streaming because I had 17 degrees in here. And I guess for some people, maybe 17 degrees could be fine, but for me it's not. My dexterity falls quite rapidly with lower temperatures. And thank you for saying that it's a pretty cool stream. Although most of the time, honestly, it is pretty boring. I'm usually doing fairly like repeatable tasks. Not very interesting, like, okay, man. Not very diverse tasks, maybe. I'm like basically doing the same thing for a couple of hours, so there is not much to talk about. And if the chat is silent, then I just most of the time don't talk about anything. I'm not naturally super talkative person, so because of that I struggle to just talk about anything. Find some subject myself. Okay, then I want to transfer this. Actually, do I want to transfer? Maybe I will just put this in here. And mark the edge. Because yeah, normally with some bigger pieces, I would go over here with some kind of basting stitch or very loose basting stitch, and then I would have marks on both sides and like corresponding marks on both sides. But for this small thing, I think this way is fine. Okay, now this part. And I'm still not sure if I want to insert the canvas in here. It will provide some additional rigidity, some stiffness. But I'm not sure if this is completely desirable. Maybe it shouldn't be super rigid, considering the fact that it's going over ankles. But I also have a feeling that with some added rigidity, it would be a bit more cozy. I generally prefer pieces of garment that are a bit stiffer. Now this I can put away. it up. Okay, this I probably don't need to mark because this will just naturally disappear with the sewing. And this should get like this. Yeah, should go in here and in here. Let's read a bit more about that. Spats. Any details in here? Spats and throat gaiters are very popular by bringing the buttons well forward. They are best lined through with stout cotton or canvas and have straps. Lined through with stout cotton or canvas. Okay, so I think I will insert the canvas in here. In that case, let's take this part. Let's take this piece of canvas. Piece of canvas and a pencil. This one. Yeah, this should be fine. From the top it looks like it's gonna be fine, but this bottom layer is actually a bit thinner, so I'm not sure about that. Yeah, this probably won't have enough width to provide the inlay. Do I want to cut this out in two separate parts? Okay, I think it will be fine. So here, a bit from the edge. It doesn't go completely parallel with the grain or with the fibers. Yeah, I don't think that in fabric you would really call this a grain. Now 1/4 of an inch in the front. This is for the seam allowance. For the remaining edges, I'm not adding any seam allowance because I'm assuming that that standard for the period 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance is already included in the pattern. But in here, this is for the opening. So in here, I am adding manually 1/4 of an inch to the edge, to like this edge and this edge. This the other edge on the other part. So yeah, now second time in here. Is this visible? That should be better. And on the bottom, being careful not to move the pattern. And then here, and marking here. Oh, right. I had a raid and quite a few new people, I assume, in here. So I should probably say that I stream 6 days a week with the Tuesday off. At least according to the schedule. But as I said already yesterday, I wasn't streaming because of the environmental reasons in here. But usually I do stream 6 days a week, and I do a bunch of different crafts mostly. But most often sewing and some woodworking. Not very advanced woodworking, at least not yet. Mostly just making very maybe utilitarian pieces for the workshop, mostly out of some trash laying around. Like for example, this tool wall. This was made completely out of trash, and also this monitor stand. This is not even planed in any way. Sometimes when I'm making a piece that is supposed to go into my that is supposed to go into my home, then I am actually putting a bit more effort to make stuff in a bit more aesthetical way. But yeah, when it's for the workshop, then I'm basically just screwing bunch of boards together and calling it a day. And that being said, I am actually planning to make a couple of pieces. I think I can even actually call it pieces of furniture for my house. I don't have any wood for that yet, and I do want to actually buy wood this time, because these are supposed to be actual pieces of furniture, like some cabinets, not something super complicated. Some cabinets that are supposed to be made in an aesthetically pleasing way. So I want to make it with some like actual proper wood, proper materials, not out of pallet wood. Even though you can make some pretty nice looking pieces out of pallet wood, but that requires quite a bit of work with the preparation of this wood, and usually people are doing it with some power machines, some electrical machines, and I don't have those. I'm doing everything by hand. But even with boards that I would actually buy, some proper wood that I would actually buy, I would still probably have to resaw some boards. So resawing is basically sewing board with the plane of the board, so splitting it into two thinner boards. And I don't have any rib cut saw, so doing this with crosscut saw would be quite painful, painfully slow, and painfully effortful, and I would prefer something more effortless. So maybe I will actually buy at least proper rib cut saw, like hand saw, and the or sharpened in the rib cut way, I guess way. I would prefer, of course, something better, something like actually good for that purpose, like frame saw. But this is something that's really hard to get. Looking forward to the new stuff. I hope that I will manage to actually get all of the wood pretty soon. I do tend to put that kind of stuff off for the last minute, and then actually past the last minute because of all of the delivery time and all of that. And then time comes to actually start the project and I don't have all the materials. Yeah, now this is not super visible. and mark in here, and this should be fine. On the inside, and our ad starts in a couple of seconds. Actually, now I think about this, I probably won't need the seam allowance in here. Yeah, I definitely won't need the seam allowance in here. In fact, I will cut this off in here. And then I will also later, okay, the ad is in progress. Let's wait a bit. The ad should be over now. And yeah, later I will also cut off roughly 1/4 of an inch on the top and bottom, or I think this is the top. Yeah, on the top and bottom. Actually, let's mark the top. This and this. So yeah, I will cut off 1/4 of an inch because I don't want this to be included in the seam. So it shouldn't have seam allowance because I want this to be, I want the outer fabric to be wrapped around this canvas. So this would go just edge to the edge of the fabric. So basically, like if this was the outer fabric, it would go like this, and this is the seam allowance 1/4 of an inch. I think in front and in the back in here, yeah, in the back definitely, but in the front also. This should actually have a seam allowance, and this will go into the seam. Maybe I will mark 1/4 inch right now. Mark and cut off. And on the bottom, okay, and this I can also cut off. And then with the outer fabric I will have to just position this roughly in the center. Preferably exactly in the center, but in practice it will probably be roughly. Now this, and yeah, this I will do separately. This is on a bit of a curve, the bottom part. And cut off. It's honestly not super easy to see the edge. On this edge. Yeah, on the camera I think it's also not super easy. Hello Atom. How goes your villain development? You mean practicing writing? I think it's fairly good. I think like today it was much better than the last time. Maybe because I have a different shirt. Last time I was wearing a actual like normal commercial shirt, store-bought shirt, and it's not very good. I have to make make a bit more shirts to finally retire that one, because I just hate wearing it. Both the fabric and the cut, mostly the cut. The cut is quite horrible, which is kind of understandable because all my other shirts are after all custom made to my measurements, so they are obviously gonna be like better suited for me. Okay, now this part, the entire piece in here. Are spats the shoe cover? Yeah. But they go under your trousers, because there is also such thing as gaiters, and the gaiters go over your trousers. And typically gaiters are a bit higher, like longer, towards the knee. And I hope I won't have any issues with this leather strap, with sewing through this leather strap. It's not super thick, so I think my sewing machine should be able to handle that, but I'm not completely sure. It sheds. Okay, now an inch in the back. Okay, and in here it's a bit less than an inch. That's fine. Yeah, looks like the edge in here is not super clean. Luckily, where is this? Luckily, I have this very innocent looking tool, so this will be useful for this strap. First, I think I want to pin two layers together. This is a perfectly normal tool. There is nothing weird about it. And I'm completely sure that that doctors in ER don't have any kind of stories regarding that tool. Okay, this is. I have to finally sharpen properly these shears, remove all of the pitting and stuff. Because right now they cut only in the back and here. And I, of course, forgot about the seam allowance, the negative seam allowance. Okay, and now, without unpinning anything, I want to remove 1/4 inch from the top and bottom. And I could have, of course, done it while marking out the pattern. If I remembered. Now cut this off. I won't need the canvas anymore. And then the last fabric. This will be inner lining. How do we unfold this? Horribly, apparently. How do you unfold it? Ask it. I don't think it would respond. And yeah, this was definitely not folded by a very smart person. Probably by me. And by me a very long time ago. I mean, it is still better than the way they often fold fabric at the fabric store, because at the fabric store they are sometimes like the workers at the fabric store, or the like cashiers at the fabric store are often completely incompetent. Like, I guess they are not like super into fabric or something, and they just looked for any kind of job they could find. And yeah, they completely don't know how the fabric is supposed to be folded. And it is supposed to be folded well, like this, so that you can unfold this, because usually the fabric is just folded like one fold this way, one fold this way, one fold this way, and so on, and this kind of square. And this is horrible because it's completely unusable in this state, and it should be folded basically like this, with like kind of a roll, kind of a flattened roll, but first, before that, it should be folded in half, like along the longer length, the longer length, along the weft, I think it's called. I always mix those two. Like, I never know which one is warp and which one is weft. I think warp is this way, the perpendicular to the longer size. So yeah, it should be folded in half along the longer size, and then folded in this kind of smooshed roll kind of way. Because then, as you unroll it, as you unfold it, you get the you get two layers of fabric, and you usually want 2 layers because when you're sewing, you are typically sewing symmetrical stuff, so you need 2 sleeves, two sides of some shirt or something. So typically you want 2 layers of everything. Mark in here, mark in here. And this time I do want to add 1/4 of an inch in here. Because this will be included in the seam. It would probably be better if this was pressed, if this was flat. And I will have to go get the pressing board and the iron anyway. Or the ironing board and the iron. By the way, I just hate naming things like that. Those very unspecific names. Like something was made out of iron, so it's called iron, and then you end up with 20 different things that are called iron. I think it's worse in the kitchen, when practically every other appliance is called a kitchen robot. At least in Polish, because in English I don't think they are called kitchen robots. But yeah, typically I think they are called food processors in English, but also I think there are some other types of appliances that have different names in English than food processor, but they are also called kitchen robots in Polish. So yeah, overall horrible. Okay, this is done. Marketing, not science, that gives those names. Like in science, you also can sometimes get pretty stupid names. But I guess at least they are like kind of sometimes kind of logical, or at least they follow some pattern sometimes. Okay, now the other part. This I can cut off. Maybe this I could fold this way, or just cut this out 2 times. I think this will be easier. So this would go somewhere in here. Then a straight line in here, quarter of an inch in the front. One inch in the back. And I can cut out this. That's another part. Okay, that's just default. Looks like this is not super centered. Now a straight line in here, then quarter here, a quarter of an inch in the front, inch in the back. This seems quite a bit more curved than normally, and it is. That's better. Then a straight line in here. That's also done, and then the last part would be the other side. 2 copies of the other side, and those 2 copies I will make on 2 layers, so somewhere in the middle in here. Maybe this way. Maybe this would be better. I assume this is 1 inch, roughly. Now I can mark this out all around. Then I'm pinning this. I'm pinning two layers together so they won't shift during cutting out. On the top. And that will be all when it comes to fabric, when it comes to cutting out the fabric. Then I could go and get an iron. I guess I don't even need an ironing board because this is super small, so I could just use this as an ironing board. So yeah, I will quickly go home, get an iron. So where's my remote controller? Well, I will just use my keyboard. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have an iron in here and also a shoe for testing purposes. This can go down here. So yeah, let's plug in the iron. Sadly, I forgot about water. So the ironing won't be perfect. But I guess I will just iron it better tomorrow. Okay, it's plugged in now. Yeah, this remote controller has an awesome range. Okay, this should be ready. Let's iron this a bit. This. This part honestly looks kind of stupid without like the full pattern for these pads also is not also looks a bit weird with this hump in the front, but this just the front part. This looks especially stupid. But anyway, here the last part of the lining. Then the canvas. This goes also on the pile, and those two. the canvas is done. Now the outer fabric. Those spats seem so easy to make that maybe I will actually make more of them out of different fabrics, different tweeds, mostly tweeds, I think. And that should be everything. So now I have a bunch of different pieces. And here, this is fine. This is not fine. I want to mark the edge in here. And onto this one. Okay, that's done. Now the question, can I actually put the sewing machine in here? I think this should be enough space. And I think also enough rigidity. This can go a bit further, I think. Can I put the light somewhere else? Because this, now it kind of shines from the back. I guess I could put this in the vise. How about now? Still not perfect, but maybe it's good enough. Okay, this is too low. Now the thread, I don't want to use this one. This is just polyester thread. I think this will be good. And then I don't have any other spool. Okay, now now this goes over here. Around the end of the spool and into this holder. When I'm spinning too fast, sometimes this arm gets detached or disengaged. I think this will be enough. Let's cut this off. This goes into the shuttle. And yeah, this machine is definitely usable in this on this table attachment, but I think it's better on actually on the workbench, both when it comes to light and the space in here. Okay, now what do I want to connect together? I guess this, back, some pins. Okay, then one of the fronts. This would go onto here. And then additional piece of canvas, another piece of canvas, I think some more trimming. The bottom is fine. And now again this piece. Is this the same? I guess not exactly. If I line up the bottom, this still doesn't work. It does work if I line up the top and here with this curve. So I guess in here this doesn't match. There are always some errors with like marking from the patterns like that. Mostly, I think, because of the line thickness of all the markings, and they are not very thin, because just the nature of stuff we are using for marking, like the stroke, for example. The edge of that is not super thin, and even if you sharpen this, you should sharpen it fairly often. But even when you do sharpen it, it loses the edge after just a couple of strokes. So marking the fabric like that will just never be as precise as writing on paper, as drawing on paper. I think this could go a bit further from the edge. Because the pins always distort the fabric a bit, and obviously I don't want the edge to be distorted when I'm sewing, when I'm running over this edge with the machine. Now I can actually start sewing. And cut off the other side. And that should be fine. I guess now I could iron this, but maybe I will take care of that later. So the other side and here. I would like to follow this as much as possible. Now I'm matching those marks together because I can't really depend on the edge being the edge lining up. The edge was drawn pretty much by eye. Is this 1/4 of an inch from the edge? Yeah, mostly. Now this part, this is the top. So again, I should look at this mark. Maybe I can put pins in here. This will be the one of the sides, and this one will be the other. Now I think I do want to transfer this line onto the other side. Wait, this doesn't seem correct. Okay, it's not correct. That should be better. And one edge. That kind of feels like it's even more layers. Okay, now I can pull out this and this, all of those middle ones. That seems fine. So now I can go on that line. Hopefully without any problems. This, where are my scissors? I should do a bit of trimming in here. This already feels quite nice. Okay, looks like this is going roughly on the line. And here at the top, it goes a bit in, which is not perfect, but maybe it's not that bad. Then I don't know. Maybe I should do the other one and then deal with the rest. Okay, let's start the other one. So this is the main part. Yeah, now I have to be careful not to do the second, the same one twice. The canvas should go in here. And maybe, to be sure, this time I will manage to match this before sewing and before attaching anything. And yeah, the same as in the previous case, this doesn't exactly match. And here it's a bit too long. Okay, now this is fine. And back to this. Again, this should have the canvas on this side. 3 is probably enough. Now this canvas, and I have to match this with the other side. This starts roughly in here. That should be fine. Now some sewing. And cut off. Okay, this does honestly feel kind of long. Maybe it has slightly shifted, but on the other side it is also quite long. And yeah, this is higher. It is possible that this stretched a bit because it's fabric, so it could stretch as I was sewing. I think later I can like compare the two and maybe try to make them at least mostly equal. So now the other side, this should be fine. Then this and this. This doesn't have the edge marked. Right, this is supposed to go roughly 1/4 of an inch from the edge. I think this is 1/4 of an inch. And this would be roughly 1 inch. It is a bit bigger, wider than 1 inch in here, so I'm not sure about that. Should be fine. And now this is the bottom. Okay, now this part. And yeah, this should also be fine, I hope. Last quick stitch line. And then I can start taking care of the lining and the strap at the bottom. I guess at first I will just attach this leather strap in here, and I will worry about all of the details later. Like making holes and positioning the buckle, attaching the buckle. One more pin. And yeah, this is also good. So now the lining. And lining should be quite easy. First I will attach those pieces together, and then I will attach this to the outer part. So first do this with a couple of pins, and preferably just one layer. Okay, both pieces are marked like that. That's fine. Just tiny bit more effort with lining up. But then it's easier to go with the machine, with the mark on the outside. This should be fine. And that's fine. Okay, this is ready. Now for the other side. This is fine. Now this. Yeah, this is the bottom. So this time I won't have the marking on the outside. Then the back and forward again. And I'm going back and forth like that at the beginning and the end, so that the thread in here gets locked, so the stitch doesn't unstitch itself. Now I can try to pull it apart, and it doesn't get pulled apart. It doesn't want to get pulled apart, which wouldn't be the case if I just ended straight. Okay, now both of the linings are done, are ready. So I think I can take care of this again. I want this to be roughly the same, the fronts to be roughly the same. This looks shorter, the bottom one. Maybe it's not that big of a difference. Maybe it won't be that noticeable. I should definitely trim the bottom and here. And then trim this a bit. This I think is good, and in here I think I actually want to trim this part, the outer part. I assume this won't make much of a difference in here. Maybe it will. So looks like this is slightly too short. Not sure how to deal with that. Maybe just ignore this. Yeah, this will be the bottom side, bottom part. Actually, what? No, this will be the top. Okay, I'm not sure. Which part should be on the top? The back side should be on the top. So yeah, this will be the bottom part. In that case, I guess it doesn't really matter. This will be like probably less than 1/4 of an inch shorter. On this edge in here. Actually, this should still be fine. Maybe? Yeah. Maybe. Okay, let's just continue. I can ignore this for now. So this part is already done. This looks good. This looks good. So now I can mark the position of the straps. Yeah, they should go in here. I think they should go in here. Yeah, roughly in front of the in front of the edge of the buttoning section. Maybe the camera should go a bit lower. Now this, roughly in here. I assume this my machine will be strong enough. This is fairly thick. Let's see. Yeah, seems that there is no problem. I could probably go through two layers of that. Okay, so how long should one part of the strap be? Probably at least this long. Yeah, let's say like this. This is quite hard to cut. How about bigger shears? I don't know if this will make any difference. It does cut a bit better, but it's also fairly dull, so I don't know which one. Actually, maybe the chisel would be the best. Let's take a piece of plywood. Where do I have a piece of plywood? Here, a piece of plywood. And then a chisel. Now the question, which one is fairly sharp? Okay, now I have this. They should come out like that. And how should I attach this? I can't exactly pin this down. Oh, this won't work. Maybe just hold this? Or maybe I will actually start with the lining. Wait, I didn't do the... Did I do the same lining twice? No, I didn't. I didn't really think about this, so it's just luck that I didn't. Okay, this. Okay, this one goes onto here. I should probably first iron this. This will probably be easier to align everything if this is ironed, when this is ironed. now I can try to iron this open. The front will be a bit more difficult because of how curved it is. And I also don't have any water to aid in the ironing. Okay, this is good. Now the back. This should be a bit easier. Maybe it is a bit too much of an inlay, because now when I'm spreading this apart, it is like resisting. It is springing back close. This part is fine, but this middle part, the middle of this curve is not. Maybe I can just cut this perpendicularly. This is fine. Now the lining. It is actually quite slow. Quite a bit slower than I expected. Especially ironing on this non-ironing board. Actually, non-board even. Now the back, and this I should probably cut in here also. And then I will maybe do this to the other side. This ironing reminds me of currently releasing anime series about a woman who's really into doing laundry. I think that now there is just one episode or maybe two episodes, so like I don't really the story is not known at all yet. But yeah, for now, it seems that that's it. That's the entire story, that she likes to do laundry, and she has the laundry shop. Looks like there will be some romance involved, and that she probably like has amnesia or something, maybe. I do think I will continue to watch it. Like, to be honest, I'm watching practically everything. Last season, the fall season, I was watching about 30 different series. But yeah, sometimes there are some series that I do not continue, and looks like it's not gonna be one of them. Surprisingly, the TV show about doing laundry is quite interesting. Okay, this is also done, and then the second lining. And a cut in here. Okay, now again, yeah, this part goes onto here. Starting from the tip, I can pin this down all the way around. Okay, then on this side. This is a bit close to the edge. Definitely closer than 1/4 of an inch. Okay, then I can put this the correct way, this way, this way, into here. And yeah, then after turning, this should be facing the correct way. I hope the angle will be correct. Actually, I will pull that out for now and start sewing from here. Now in here I want to put one of them, insert one of them, The machine itself is strong enough, but it's too much for the crank. So I have to turn the wheel, the flywheel, manually. And now it's fine again. Okay, this part is done. The bottom seam. And let's look from the outside. This seems fine. I will still go with a second line of stitching on the outside to make sure everything is nice and secure, and also to make the edge a bit crisper. Maybe this I should trim. Okay, now I can attach the top. This goes in here. Oh, maybe from the edge. Let's trim this time in advance. and a stitch line. Okay, now the top side is also closed. Oh, still one pin in here, and looks like I just went straight through it. And yeah, this also looks fine. Now I will close this last edge, and this is, where is the pattern? This will be this edge of the back side, so this will be visible from the outside. And then I will be left with this edge, which will be beneath. So I don't have to worry about the aesthetics of that last one that much. I mean, it still would be nice if it was nice and tidy and clean, but it doesn't have to be. I think that in here I want to insert a stay tape. But then a stay tape I would have to attach by hand, and this is supposed to be a quick project. I mean, I will have to make the buttonholes by hand anyway. So yeah, maybe it's fine. About this much. Then this goes onto the edge of the canvas. And a quick hand sewing. I think very quick, so very sparse. Now I'm thinking that maybe this will take 3 days after all, not just 2. Okay, cut off this end. And then let's go up. I'm trying to go only through the canvas. Sometimes maybe I'm going a bit into the wool, but definitely not all the way through. Definitely, I definitely don't want to come out on the lining. In that case, I would have to just undo all of the stitches. And that's fine. Then I can trim both of the ends. And go through this edge with the sewing machine. Actually, in here, this should be this should be rounded over. I can still round this over. And maybe second stitch line in here, just because I don't want to start again. Okay, and in here. I will have to trim this. And now I can turn. Turn the outside out. And then I can close this edge. Yeah, in here I don't need the stay tape. I'm saying that because I don't feel like inserting it. And now I have to close this. Okay, this doesn't seem correct. This definitely won't be super pretty. Okay, now it's better. It matches better. Yeah, and here in the middle it's fine, but not so much at the ends. It doesn't look so well at the ends. Okay, I think for now I will just base this edge together and then run with the additional stitch all around the outside on the machine. Mostly because it looks like I don't have a lot of time. cut off in here. Now I can pull out all of the pins. And then let's quickly run on the outside, make additional stitch line on the outside. A foot's width from the edge. Okay, then I'm going on this edge. So in here I want to fold this or roll this so that the lining in here is slightly lower than the edge. So it will be always hidden. Now it doesn't want to move forward. Looks like it's 7 p.m. already. Okay, this is another slight, or maybe more than slight, difference in height. So I guess I have to help the fabric a bit. Yeah, when there is a difference in height, so particularly in the seams that go perpendicular to the direction of sewing. There are a couple more layers in here, so because of the pressure of the foot, the fabric doesn't really want to move forward. And around the corner. Oh, I forgot about the foot. Okay, and that's done. That was a very long stitch line, very slow stitch line. But now one of these pads is almost ready. It just needs some buttons in here, in the front, and then I will have to take care of the straps in here. But yeah, this is mostly done now. And that will be it for today, because it's already past 7 p.m. So I will continue this tomorrow, and also the other part, other spat. And I don't know what I'm gonna actually do. I will probably take care of the straps. Maybe I will actually manage to like finish them completely. So attach the buckles and make all of the holes, finish the edges and all. And then I will, after that's done, I don't know if that will be tomorrow still, or maybe the day after tomorrow, but then I will start making the buttons, the buttonholes, and that will be it. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow at roughly the same time. Bye.